Create broadcast. All right, we should be live on the YouTube and the Twitter. Yep. Yeah, we're good to go. All right, so just to recap for the YouTube VOD and Twitter itself, our main focus for the day is to get the MCP and SDKs moving along for Messijo again. We had other things that kind of took precedence, but those are important. Let's get them done so that we can actually start building like features and work on the docs more and a bunch of that stuff, right? So yeah, that's the main goal. The turbo stream probably needs some work because I think we have a memory leak. And it's not like, ooh, you forgot to free a thing. It's more like we're probably not flushing old data from the Redis cache soon enough. And we have enough memory to spare that we could just increase that cache if necessary. You know? So maybe like figuring out how we investigate that would be useful. Beyond that, the slides for our MCP talk that we're going to be giving at Commit Your Code conference, I think they came out really well. Yeah, I think they came out well. I think we understand the content well enough that, you know, we might do a practice run sometime this week. We'll definitely do one next week before I fly out. But, you know, I think we're in a good place with the talk. It feels pretty solid. I think we covered some good info. I'll probably do like a rough draft recording and share it with work as an example. But yeah, I think the MCP talk is in a good place. I feel good about it. And then finally, yeah, we're probably gonna, you know, vibe on some other stuff as well. Maybe the benchmarking tool. I would love to get that spun up as a service. I think that'd be pretty cool. And I kind of have a thought. There's like another service I might want to try and use. Right? And yeah, let's get into it. Let's start looking at stuff and let's get going. Let me refresh the Twitter chat though, just in case. All right. Yeah, good to go. Okay, so we did run into a deployment issue, actually, with the turbo stream. I should double check to see if that got updated. Yeah. So we still have an issue deploying the turbo stream. So we're going to have to work on that part. Hold on, let me double check one thing. Okay, that was just potential spam. Yep, all right, cool. Just double checking. Whenever I see something from a certain area, I, you know, get a little curious. Just, you know, my parents are getting old. If something happened to one of them, I would definitely get like a message. If something happened to the other, I might not get a message. But okay, so we do have a bug here. Let's just plug it into the turbo stream. Right, and we got some soul high. We could probably do soul medium. You know what I would love? Just a copy button for the output. Oh, god damn it. Wrong thing. All right. All right. So let's look at where we left off. Ooh, and hold up. Version 0.9.0 for Kepler is ready. Let's check this out together, actually. Because there are some significant changes. I did get some sneak peeks. Let's look at the changelog. Ooh, there's a bunch of stuff in there. Right, so a new task launcher, right? Launching tasks was trickier. I think they've streamlined that a bit. So you can write your own actions, which is interesting. So think about it like an action might be like we'll dig into it, right? But an action is maybe a wrapper for calling skills and doing specific things that you might do. So it's almost like a skill file itself, but it's more related to like things that you would want to do within Kepler, I guess. The agent graph is pretty awesome. Interactive plan review. We might have to try the plan mode. The remote access stuff, yeah, built-in tunnel to reach Kepler from anywhere with a QR code. Your machine stays awake while it's on. Yep. We get a lot of trolls, dude. And with an account as new as yours, I don't know. It's a little suspect. But no, we get a lot of trolls. Like, think about it this way. Do you think you're the first person to troll that person about, Linux Windows stuff? No. They're sick of it. Well, you kind of did. Like, whether intentional or not, you still did a thing that probably happens quite a bit. Yeah, you thought it was funny. They don't think it's funny anymore. That's almost kind of the definition of trolling. Maybe become a regular in a stream before you start taking liberties on what you think they might find funny or not. You know? Like, be a part of a community before you start taking the piss out of it. But hold on, let me get more music going. How long had you been there? Right? Like, did you earn that lightheartedness? No. And if it's something you say as like part of your first messages in a channel, that kind of betrays the kind of viewer you're going to be in the future. Some people just don't want to put up with that shit, man. And they don't have to. It's their channel. I get it, Mert, but this also isn't a channel where I enjoy antagonistic behavior. You know? Is it? I haven't even looked at Cursor Origin. What's it built on, Caleb? And yeah, been a little bit. Caleb, how you been, man? Oh, Cursor Origin is their it's their Git thing, right? So it's S3 with a write-ahead log? Okay. So when you say S3 with a write-ahead log, what's like the format that it's stored in S3? Is it Parquet files? Because that would make a lot of sense. Or is it like SQLite backed up to S3 with a write-ahead log? Because maybe they're using Lightstream under the hood? I could see that. Well, let's double check on it. Caleb, you've been on the lookout for some new anime. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Caleb. No rush. I'm gonna guess it's in their blog. The Get At Any Scale post. Yep, found it. Dude, their visualization is good. Very pragmatic. It didn't work. So yes, distributing the file system is tricky, right? Further attempts were made with, frankly, in retrospect, horrific technologies that replicated the file system at the block level. Right? GFS. Never even heard of GFS. And hey, Caleb, thanks for the sub, man. And you mentioned you played some D&D. Was it like core D&D or like just like tabletop in general? Like I'd love to get a Shadowrun game going. I think that'd be fun. Shadow Dark game and played some Draw Steel. I don't even know what that is. Shadowrun? Dude, Shadowrun is a just fantastic like sci-fi setting. So basically it takes place in the future, but it has fantasy elements because there was a cataclysm or something, I forget what they called it, that basically like reactivated the magic of the world. So if you've ever met, like, there's definitely people you've met who you're like, dude, this dude's an ogre in human clothing. Right? Or this dude's an elf in human clothing. Or a goblin. Or whatever, right? Yeah, so instead it activates this like latent magic within our genes and boom, like people turned into orcs, ogres, elves, etc., right? Dragons actually start to re-exist and all that stuff, right? Always on the tram, by the way. Yeah, exactly. Right? On the subway, you know. But yeah, so it takes that mentality and then puts it into the future, and in the future it's almost like a cyberpunk vibe in which like basically like governments don't exist anymore and super corporations run the world. And the super corporations operate at like the level of a government, right? So if you're in Seattle, there's like one major like company running things, the I believe Draconis Corporation, right? And then there's a few others that are like vying for, you know, the area. The original game that I played was Shadowrun on the SNES, and it actually took place in Seattle, and it was fun. But yeah, I would say maybe check out that SNES ROM. It's pretty good. The Sega game is less fun, but still pretty good. I ended up reading a bunch of the books that were set in the universe, right? Like just like the lore books. Not like lore books, but like pretty much any author can license the world and write for that setting. So yeah, I used to read a bunch of the Shadowrun books when I was younger. And it, it has very cyberpunk vibes. Like, sure, there's magic, of course, but there's also like, like mods, right? Like, cybernetics or whatever. Yeah, cybernetics, they even say right there, right? So, like, in one of the books, one of the orc dudes has like an adrenaline, like, like speeds up his reflexes thing that he activates by like putting his tongue to one of his back teeth. Bam, activates his mod, and, he's got faster reflexes and shit. Super legit extended universe. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Microsoft tried to do a shit video game for it. That was like a first-person shooter that had like lost all of the nuance and power that made Shadowrun. But then eventually, this other lab. Hold on. Let me see if there's a good thing. Blah blah blah. Video games. Right. So yeah, the SNES one, the canonical, the best, super good. And then, yes, Harebrained Schemes, based here in Seattle, I believe, ended up doing like Shadowrun's Returns, Shadowrun Dragonfall, Shadowrun. Oh, they didn't do Shadowrun Chronicles, and then Shadowrun Hong Kong. I would love it if they made some more, but I don't think they were making the profit they needed. The first one was a like heavily kickstarted game. But yeah, dude, I really like the Shadowrun universe, and I would love to play a tabletop with a group. I think it'd be fun. The whole basic gist and why I think Microsoft went off the rails is that there's the idea of shadow runners, and shadow runners are like mercenaries that can be hired by the various corporations to, do things against the other corporations or do things against, like, government still exists. But in general, like, you'll create a group of shadow runners that'll go on a shadow run, and that's like it's like the missions you might get into in D&D, but it's more like, yes, you're getting paid by someone, and that someone might be super shady, and they might actually be sending you off to your death just to like distract for some other run that's happening, whatever. But like, it gives it a very like episodic, like mission based atmosphere. Yeah. I'll want to set that up eventually for sure. I don't know how we'd do it, but yeah, I'm sure we could figure it out. Problem is, I'd probably have to be the DM, which is fine. I've never done, I've never been a DM, so I don't know. It would be weird. But yeah, anyway, let's keep looking at this, cursor origin thing real quick. The WAL is a list of pack files. The repo, right, the true representation is just the sum of the write ahead log. Okay. Right, so spokes. Right, so yeah, things say efficient because you're no longer like transforming, right? You're just operating directly on Git. Okay. Hey, what's up, Headless Headhunter? I sent another person your way. They want a resume review. Hell yeah. What were you up to on your stream, though? And yeah, we did the one shout out. Let's do the other shout out. We've done one shout out. What about second shout out? Oh, health issues. I was not aware, man. I'm sorry about that. And saying no numbers despite everyone wanting to put numbers, right? Like salary numbers? Or do you mean like numbers in the resume? Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. Shit, dude. Is it electrical? Because my dad had electrical issues. Yeah, when I was like 13, he had atrial fibrillation. And yeah, dude, the electrical stuff is no joke. So yeah, my dad has a pacemaker now. It's technically a defibrillator, and for a while they didn't need the pacemaking part, but now he does need the pacemaking part. He's old. He's got to be like 80 at this point. Oh, interesting. When was the last time you went to a dentist? Any kind of like, carie or abscess could have direct issues on the heart because it's just so close. Yeah, Ian. Oh, dude. We had a doctor who induced the device going off on my dad just to like make sure it was working, basically. So he had my dad like run on the treadmill and then sit down immediately, just to like make sure it was doing its job. And my dad said it was like someone shoved him into the wall. Like, so yeah, that was fun. That was interesting. I know, right? So if your doctor has you do a run and have you sit down immediately, yeah, they're testing your device. Quick warning. Just a heads up. I went to a doctor for my shoulder once. And I'm like, yeah, it goes back that way. And he was like, okay, cool. Let me just like try and pop it out real quick. And I was like, fuck that, dude. And that was the last time I went to a doctor for my shoulder. He was going to actually dislocate my shoulder just to like, I guess, validate that I was telling the truth or something. I don't know, man. Oh, absolutely, Ian. Yeah, Bluetooth enabled, right? Because like, how are they going to reprogram the device? You know, there's knobs to turn inside of like a pacemaker, right? So how are they going to fine tune that without they take a thing and they just put it right up and they reprogram it that way? If they go to dislocate your heart, tell them to stop. I don't know the bread. My only guess is that he thought I was trying to get pain meds or something. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't like pain meds. When I got my wisdom teeth taken out, they gave me pain meds and I didn't take them. I just vaped marijuana through my nose. Like, you know, I had like a proper vaporizer with like the tube and like the glass like mouthpiece thing. And they're like, "Oh yeah, you know, you can't, you know, you don't want to mess up like the sockets. You don't want to dry socket and all that. So like you can't smoke weed." And like, you know, the suction from like a straw could even like mess things up and like, you know, pop the plugs out and then you'd bleed very heavily and probably vomit and then really mess things up. So instead, you know, I just took my dad's vaporizer and vaped through the nose instead. Problem solved. Because yeah, I don't trust any of the vapes that do like a substrate, you know, like the propylene glycol or ethylene glycol or any of that stuff. I don't trust any of that. But if it's just like a, you know, you heat the marijuana to the right temperature that the stuff vaporizes and then you get just the popcorn smelling, you know, grossness that has no THC left in it. Yeah, I'm fine with those. But yeah, I just did weed. I don't like pain medication. Eh. But yeah, you got to run. No worries, Headless Headhunter. Thank you for sharing your stuff. And yeah, so hold on, real quick. No numbers. I feel like some numbers have value, though, right? And shit, I should have dug deeper on your comment there before you had to go. Like if you're applying for a marketing job, yeah, save the company 2 mil or, you know, brought registrations up from X amount a month to Y amount a month, right? I feel like numbers like that would have value. Well, I mean, years of experience is basically like the aggregate of the dates in your resume. So I don't know if the and like numbers like that are necessary. The number of bugs you ship in a day. Oddly enough, it correlates pretty directly to the number of commits. Weird. Okay, so that makes sense, Mert. Got it. Oh, okay, I see they're hidden, right? Handled X amount of users, so you can like indicate scale. And I guess that's the thing, right? If you're only looking at the HR side, a manager might care about numbers, right? So yeah, no, I totally get that. Close to 1,000 PRs, somehow only 1,200 bugs so far, right? Like just because you've only discovered 1,200 bugs in the PRs you ship doesn't mean there's only 1,200 bugs. It's like roaches. If you see one, there's like 1,000 more. Yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, I don't put that much stock in AI code review. It's too noisy. There's too much bullshit. right? It'll point out like bugs that aren't actually bugs, right? Because of things being handled elsewhere because it doesn't actually examine the scope properly. I would say CodeRabbit is probably better than most of the others, right? GitHub Copilot is the noisiest for sure. Yeah, exactly. Okay, sales marketing should have numbers. That makes more sense. Software engineer, I think, is tougher. I could see that. Ooh, Mr. Demon Wolf, that's a no. No. Ship on a Friday if you're like really confident you're not going to need to patch it, or you have someone who's on call over the weekend. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know the song. Wait, Mert, you don't like Aikido? Is it because of like the noise of security alerts? Because I feel like I had the same issue with Dependabot in the past. So much so that I built a Dependabot bot to just like resolve Dependabot stuff in bulk. We don't need it anymore because they fixed it, but it's interesting. Yeah, but theoretically, if your processes and things are good enough, then a Friday deploy shouldn't be a big deal. But it has very strong like you're holding it wrong vibes, you know? But there is Friday deployment gen spirits. That's it. So yeah, one of the dudes that was on the board for actually the company's shirt that I'm wearing right now, or the company that made this shirt, Fairwinds. One of the dude who's I think probably an investor and is on the board for Fairwinds. He runs this company, Friday Deployment, and I believe they do a gin, they do a rye, just those two for now. So force push gin and generative a rye. Dude, their naming is top notch. It is pricey though. Like this is like that is incredibly expensive. Like who would spend $100 on a bottle of gin? I've seen people do it for like rye and whiskey, but for gin? Yeah, 50. Exactly, Caleb. Yeah, for sure. Maker's Mark? Yeah. Yeah. They do have that one, right? Like Maker's 46 or something like that. That one's all right. And Maker's will like, it'll work in a pinch. Better than Jack, but that's not saying anything. Jack is really gross. Hell, Jim Beam is better than Jack. Bushmills. It's Irish whiskey, but it's better than Jack. I put Jack Daniels in the same category as like Old Crow. Just ew. Ew. It was the Jim Beam you didn't like? Well, I mean, Caleb, Jack Daniels is even sweeter than Jim Beam. Now keep in mind, this may be out of date because it's a little older. But the cool thing is Beam Inc., right? Jim Beam and Maker's Mark, they're the same company. However, right? And then there's the old crow. Gross. But yeah, Maker's 46 isn't terrible. Knob Creek is all right, you know. Old Overholt, solid. Old Granddad is fantastic. Like, Old Granddad is actually one of my favorite whiskeys, and they haven't changed it, so, like, they're not doing anything too crazy, right? Booker's is really good as well. Yeah, no worries, Mert. Basil Hayden is, like, too bready for me. Like, it's too much of a high rye, whereas, like, Old Granddad is super sippable. So I don't understand why they went so far off, right? So far awry. But yeah, like, basically Jim Beam bought Old Granddad and knew that people would revolt if they changed Old Granddad in any way. But the person who was the head distiller for Old Granddad is the person that created Basil Hayden's. So they were like, hey, we're going to keep Old Granddad, keep the recipe, keep everything the same, but we're going to have you make a new whiskey, and it's going to be called Basil Hayden, or Basil Hayden, and we're going to market it way heavier. People that know Old Granddad, they can keep drinking it, but we're not going to put any marketing behind it, because why? But yeah, Booker's, Baker's, Knob Creek, solid. Old Crow, gross. Jim Beam, not terrible. And this is old. This is like from 2018 or something. Like, it's not brand new, so a lot of this could have changed. But yeah, the Buffalo Trace Distillery. Yeah, Buffalo Trace, solid. Weller, solid. Blanton's, solid. Eagle Rare, I'm less a fan of. Yeah, the Wellers and the Pappies. Yeah, Sazerac, pretty good. I haven't had Ancient Age yet. I don't think I've had Very Old Barton before. I haven't had any of these ones from the Barton Distillery, actually. I don't like 1792, though. As far as, like, the Heaven Hill makes some good stuff. So Henry McKenna, Larceny, quite solid. Elijah Craig, quite solid. Rittenhouse Rye is not terrible. Mellow Corn, it's basically like moonshine. It's meh. If you like moonshine, you might like it. Early Times is one of the ones I was thinking of. Early Times, more like Burly Times. Ugh. I do like a regular Old Forester. I don't like the more expensive Old Forester. But then, my absolute favorite, Four Roses. It's just so good. Yeah, I've had some Pappy Van Winkle. It was like a $40 shot, but it was on sale from like 60 because of like a happy hour thing. And, you know, my power was out and I just figured, I might as well try it. Fuck it. You don't get much of a chance that often. But yeah, it would be cool to go on a holiday just through like the bourbon area. Yeah, because a lot of these are in like one very specific area. You can hit like the distilleries for a bunch of them. So yeah, it would be really fun. Caleb, get merged next year. Whiskey country. Right? You said they alternate between the US and Europe. Next year in the US, whiskey country. Probably at the OpenAI office. Yeah, it makes sense. They don't have an office in whiskey country. But yeah, no, this article seems good. I like it. Goes deep too. I really love these good like technical posts. So yeah, the write ahead log is the source of truth. Makes sense to me. Oh, that's right. Cause yeah, Taylor is probably like the main person who kind of like made that happen at GitHub even, right? That makes a shitload of sense. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, exactly, the bread. All right, let's see what the clanker said real quick about this. God, that album is super short. Okay, so let's move the presentation over there. SDKs we need to keep. GK CLI bench. Ooh, yeah, we do need to noodle on that more. That's something I need to noodle on over on the work machine, though. So we can close this one here for now. SDKs, web, repoir. We probably do need to iterate on repoir a little more. The API, the turbo stream. Yeah. So turbo stream probably needs the most work. So I got a quick question, Caleb. You work in Rust quite a bit, right? How do you feel about some of these Rust analyzer bugs? Like, they don't get caught by Clippy. Well, not bugs, but like it's like warnings reported by Rust Analyzer, right? Like non-primitive cast, right? Static string as din value static. Have you ever even seen that one? Isn't cargo check running Clippy? Oh, right? Like we get nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe it's just an issue with Rust Analyzer being out of date. Yeah, let me double check that. It does look like Rust Analyzer was out of date. Let's restart extensions. Yeah, see? So it still complains about this. Yeah, so it's not like a lifetime issue. But this doesn't seem to be the fix. Seems like a real compiler error. Maybe? I think it's a config issue. Yeah, so, and what I've noticed is that it's almost always related to the warn info macros. So it's just something crazy that the warn and info macros are doing. So it's not actually a bug. No, I just think Rust Analyzer has like only so deep that it goes into evaluating these things. Yikes, Ethan. That's not good. Yeah, see, cargo build works fine. So yeah, it's just a false positive from Rust Analyzer. But it adds a lot of noise. And yeah, like, every red section is basically from, hold on, let's double check this. From an info. Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that Gemini knows about it means that this is the thing, right? Like, we could format prior to the macro. Eh. Right, so this is just something that's happening with Rust Analyzer. It's not the compiler, it's not any of the other stuff. We could just add it to our settings JSON. I wish we could make it more explicit to only ignore it when dealing with warn, info, or error. Right, so we could just make sure cargo check is the one doing all this. I kind of like number 3. So we would just use cargo check to do the validation, right? To do like the diagnostics. And then we would only get things that cargo check reports. Yeah, that works. All right, so it gets rid of the noise at least. Yeah, it was just so noisy with all that red. All right. Well, yeah, that helps. All right, so then back to it. Um, all right, so we're going to push that up. Hopefully that actually deploys. That would mean that our TurboStream stuff is really not that important. We are hitting 60, 65 seconds, 70 second or 70 messages a second, etc. We are still farther behind because our uptime is much lower, and our uptime is much lower because of, right, let's refresh this and double check it. I would expect to see memory doing this like consistent wave. Test backend test.hs. HS. JS? I'm going to guess JS. I was going to be like, what the hell is an HS file? Oh, you are doing Haskell. Haskell uses HS as the file extension, huh? I've done it once, never again. Yeah, interesting. So we do see memory climb to like a crazy rate over time. That's not ideal. Yeah, our CPU usage also spikes pretty heavy. Yeah, so we still got some major issues with our turbo stream. So we got to fix that for sure. And the main thing that's being shipped are diagnostics. So yeah, we'll let that get pushed up. And Owlnox. No. So this is the jet stream related to Blue Sky. Right, so it's basically just, and this is an old post, but you can listen to every message on the AT protocol with a simple WebSocket, and that is the Jetstream. But the problem is that WebSocket is shipping binary data, right? CBOR encoded binary data. So then there's a thing on top of, or technically, hold on. The fire hose is the thing that ships the CBOR data. The Jetstream is then a wrapper that is shipping JSON just for easier consumption for other people, right? And then there's another idea of a thing called the turbo stream, which takes the jet stream and hydrates it with metadata like usernames and like the parent post someone was replying to and profile images and all that stuff. So if you want to build a proper thing on top of the AT protocol, you're going to need the turbo stream to actually do that because, you know, doing all those fetches yourself is a bit redundant, right? So instead, if you could have a centralized server that's doing that, you get more value. The original TurboStream implementation is something that Graze.social created, and I forked their thing, and now we are running it. We used to have way better uptime. So yeah, we've got some issues that we need to fix. We recently made a bunch of changes for performance reasons, but now it's become a game of whack-a-mole around just other stuff. But we've had like stability issues pretty consistently, not as bad as we have right now. And we needed to upgrade. So basically, like I said, the Jetstream 1, Jetstream 2 stuff that you were just seeing, those are out of date. And now there's just Jetstream.US East and then Jetstream.US West. So just separate servers. And they changed a bit about how that works, so we had to update anyway. All right, so that deploy to the turbo stream kicked in. That would normally mean that we have downtime here, but it looks like we're good there. Perfect. Right? Previously, part of our issues were that a deploy would introduce downtime as our server was regenerating indexes that it needed. It shouldn't necessarily need to be regenerating those indexes now. So if we look at the live feed, I mean, we do see that we're spiking to 100% like a bunch. So that's a Messijo issue that we got to look into. But as far as the turbo stream goes, and please, okay, I'm not leaking anything. Here, this is the memory I was expecting to see, like, spiky. So if we look at it over the past 24 hours, yeah. So this right here, this pattern, pretty indicative of a memory leak, right? Anyone who's kind of like looked at memory graphs before, yeah, this is an kill happening, and that kill is the thing affecting our uptime, like majorly right now. So what we just shipped up was a bunch of diagnostics, right? Things that we can log to maybe investigate why we're getting killed. Like we already kind of know, but the clanker needs to know. So that's our next step. But speaking of, I'll give that a sec. I do have to pee, so give me just a moment, and I'll be right back. I don't know why, but well, I mean, I do know why. But when I said just a moment just now, the quote from Office Space jumped into my head. Accounts payable, Nina speaking. Just a moment. And one of my favorite things I've kind of like learned over the years since that film is that that was actually like kind of a smoking gun. The fact that she is nonstop having to answer calls to the accounts payable department is already a hint that the company is going under. Right? Like, if they're sitting there getting called 24/7, or at least like from 9 to 5 nonstop to their accounts payable department, that means they have some major debts and their creditors or debtors or whatever are calling them nonstop. It's like when you watch a kids film and there's like an adult joke that the kids just don't get, but the joke, the adults kind of like, oh, haha, got it. That's almost the same thing in Office Space, but it's more like people who've ever dealt with, large corporations versus people that don't, right? The adults versus the kids there are like a separate dichotomy. She also says it so fast that it's hard to understand, which I think was intentional. Finally got back to work and went well? Hell yeah, Kenny. Yeah, glad you're feeling a bit better. All right. So, yes. Back to, hey, Kepler has a brand new update. They massively changed things around. Let's go back to the dashboard, right? We can see our tasks in progress. This is like the default view now. Oh, that's an interesting floater there. Oh, I hate this song. There we go. So yeah, this is an interesting. Yeah, this is an interesting thing. So, yeah, the new home view. Like, sure, yeah, I got a lot of issues assigned to me. And we could group it by repository. Feel like we should be using our GitKraken workspaces for this. That would be ideal. Man, can you believe it's been 2 years since we did the solid hackathon? So yeah, this is interesting. I would love. Yeah, let's get a linear connection going. No, we added linear, I want to say sometime in the past 6 months. Let's do a refetch. That number should go up now. Right, I just care about the 331, like the 11 wouldn't change, but yeah, the 331 didn't change. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right. Right. This doesn't really associate anything with the repo, though. think we had a separate thing. Yeah. So we just added TurboStream RS as its own issue. Yep. So that's why we canceled it there. Got it. So that's kind of an issue. All right, so yeah, I reported that as an issue. Because, yeah, that shouldn't be showing up. But okay, so let's look at the tasks that we have in progress. MCP server, third time's a charm. Nice, Jalen. Yeah, let me know how you feel about it. So I think here's the big thing, though, Jalen. We're probably only going to connect it up and show it here in Kepler if you have it wired up through GitKraken. All right, so it would need to be a GitKraken integration. So the linear MCP doesn't really have anything to do with that. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so yeah, now we got a new feature called Agent Graph. All right. So it draws the agent work as it happens, and every part of it is interactive. So you can explore a run and step back into the conversation. One tree per task. All right. Inspect anything you see. So here we go. We see 3 changes we've done. Was there really nothing we did in there? Okay, yeah, so it did a search. Like, it shows all your tool calls, which is pretty interesting, right? It grouped together all of the, the edits. And then we can see them, like, individually, if we wanted to do that. Then we can fold it back up. Okay, yeah, this is pretty nice so far. And then this is still that same view where we get all of these. Okay. And then by closing them out, they're no longer visible here. But then how would I get back to them? Maybe there isn't a way. But yeah, how do y'all feel about the like this view? Like if we were kicking off more stuff, it would be more useful for sure. Enquery backlog draining issue. I believe we finished that one. I don't see a good way. Oh, okay, open task. Oh, I like the replay. Oh, what? Okay, I feel like that could be animated cooler. But yeah, if anyone's curious, I would say get into Kepler still. They're going to figure out some way to monetize and charge money for it eventually, but right now, still good to go. And we need your feedback. I think we can archive that. I don't see a way of unarchiving. I feel like we ended up fixing that separately. So yeah. Oh, when we click back into it, it does auto unarchive. Okay. I'm going to say this one's probably archivable as well. What do you mean by that? Like, theoretically, it should help make it easier to organize. Theoretically. All right, so this was the last bit we kind of got into. Oh, and they put the diff in the sidebar here? Well, now I want this way bigger, though. Yeah, the review aspect of it. And yeah, I would love it if we could, like, select a section or click the line number to, like, prompt right at that place. I would find that really useful. Let me get more music on. Sure, that makes sense, Caleb. Yeah, I think it's more useful for people that work in like multiple repos at a time. Which I feel like you do, right? Ah, okay, that's how we can get like that full view. Okay, nice. Now wait, we hid the middle pane, but where'd it go? Interesting. Ah, okay. Okay. I feel like this icon is not correct. That should be an X. Because anything you click this icon to hide should be re-showable with a with like the opposite direction icon, right? Hmm. Oh, implementation is paused at route policy. Allow ordinary organization scoped domain operations constrained by live grant membership scopes, quota, and existing controller rules, or deny account management, organization, enumeration, creation, update, delete, memberships, invitations. It should basically be able to do anything you as a user can do, right? Like, why would we want to restrict that? It's running a compaction. I hate compaction. But okay, whatever. All right, so yeah, we'll let that keep going. And yeah, has anyone tried out the new version of Kepler? Lot changed. I think the agent graph is pretty interesting. All right, so we're going to remove the open spec stuff. We can close this. But let's double check this. We have one usage limit reset. So we should make sure we use that. So we should make sure we're using up our usage. Now let me double check this. If we look at the deep suite, So yeah, high versus medium increases cost, but it's probably worth the reasoning effort, especially for what we're going to be trying to do with it right now. Man, Gemini 3.7 Flash doing pretty good. DeepSeek V4 Pro, pretty good. Like Flash performs really well. You haven't really been bothered by compaction recently. You think both Claude and Codex kind of hide it, so it must be happening without you noticing. Yeah, I think they do hide it, whereas like we kind of showed it, but you should be worried about compaction. Right? Compaction is like incredibly lossy. When instead you could be more explicit about what should be in a durable document that you hand off to the next session. You know, it's like letting the agent run wild in your code, right? Letting it run wild in how it decides to compact things is also a problem. Right? It may persist things that you actually canceled out, but, you know, it just went off the rails. I think it's definitely more important for models with like a million context window. Like if you're using Claude and Claude goes above, let's say 400K of the million context window, like you pay extra for that, or maybe it's not extra, but it's definitely like a thing that's separate. But once you get up to like anything above 200-ish K, it is really easy for the agent to like disregard things that you decided with it. It's really easy for it to focus in on something that isn't relevant anymore. So, like, definitely if you're using models with a million context window, an auto compaction inside of there is going to be really bad. Like, you should be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that you never go above like 40% on like a million context window. And you should be like fighting to like prune that context window by 200, like 200K or 20%. I think it's definitely worth paying attention to, because I don't think they've gotten significantly better at this stuff. They got GLM3 yet? No. And 5.3, that's what I meant. What about OpenCode? Ooh, and yeah, has anyone here tried Ox Alpha yet? Yeah, I don't expect GLM 5.3 to go much above like the Kimi K3. What is Longcat? Is that like Big Pickle? No. No, so Longcat's its own thing. I haven't heard of Longcat. Motif 3, I haven't heard of before. Longcat, pretty far down there. Yeah, who made Motif? And when was it released? August. So recently. Huh. You mostly use Opus and consistently go up 70, 80 without before clearing context without problems. You also tend to keep each session's focus very narrow. So, yeah, I believe Opus and most of the Claude models have like a two-tiered system. So you're going to be on like the lower token use cheaper tier when you're under like their 256 or 286 or whatever that number is. And then if you go above, they switch you over to a more expensive instance or something, right? Probably transferring the context. Yeah, maybe not even transferring the context because that just goes up, right? Probably just transferring the cache. And then like you would get reduced without compaction. And I believe OpenAI, you can configure your context window up to like the million, but they recommend not doing so because they have fine tuned it to the 256 or 200, whatever it is, for reasons. And it is context rot reasons. So it's more like when you toggle over to the million, right? That's when you're going to hit the major issues. And it just so happens that like the open weight models that are a million, well, yeah, they don't do any crazy stuff for that. So instead, they're just gonna let you run it up. And have you ever gotten like an open like model to 80%? It's really bad. Like it's really bad. Just the context rot. It starts like things that you told it not to do, it'll totally start doing because it like drops that the not. Like it just all it's doing is trying to find a token that matches a thing. It finds the token for like, oh yeah, I want to try this. And it jumps in after the context of where that not before it was, or don't, or whatever, right? So yeah, I think negative prompting only has value up to like a 300K context window. And then beyond that, you start running into issues. But yeah, let's keep going. So I think I will leave high for this one. Um, let's just double check this. Yeah, we're up to date. Perfect. Oh, and we got an update. All right, so that one will keep going. And let's look at it over in the agent graph. Ooh. All right, so you get to see what tools are getting called, like the spectrum of them within this task. All right, failed call thinking. Dude, this is nice. I like this. Ooh, it even shows you like the amount of context added with each step. All right, so turn 4, turn 5. We're now on turn 5. Yeah, very cool. So this thing is called Kepler. And I am brand new to like seeing this whole input. Permission needed. That doesn't really help me there. Ah, there we go. So yeah, nah, this is pretty cool. Oh, we got another thing. So yeah, the spacing we're getting in here is a little like wonky. Like it keeps scrolling to the bottom with a bunch of space. I think I saw someone else report that bug already. But yeah, that is interesting. Yes, it is. And there's a major reason to keep picking Electron over things like Tori, because it gives you a stable like baseline of Chrome. Whereas if you use something like Tori, it's going to decide something totally different based upon the platform that you're on. I would hope so. Because, yeah, using whatever's different from platform to platform makes it like a nightmare to debug. Yeah, exactly, Caleb. But if they work on like a stable, Chrome-based version, well then sure, what makes it better than Electron? I guess maybe just like a cleaner, newer code base. But Electron has solved so many other problems already, like the release processes. And I don't know, there's just a lot of stuff that you end up losing because Electron has a 10-year head start. Right? It does mean that like every Electron app has a bare minimum 200 megs of RAM it takes up. The ones that take up gigabytes and gigabytes, yeah, don't blame Electron for that. Blame the bad developers of those applications. But I believe, similar to what you're saying, Caleb, you guys used to be a Tori app, right? Are you still a Tori app, or have you migrated off? Damn, I'm gonna need to order even more of this tea. So here's another quick question, Caleb. Right? Like, I really like this Taylors of Horrigan brand. Is there another like bougie, like high quality tea brand I should look at? And while you're responding to that, let me go pour some more water, and I will be right back. The current desktop app is Tori, but you're building a new version in React and Electron. Right. So hold on. Current desktop app is Tori and Svelte, right? Ooh. Okay, album's still good. You've seen a bunch of buzz on social about GP UI in Rust, as if it's an Electron killer. Yeah, exactly. Familiar web tech. Yeah, yeah. I think anything that is like, well, no, and now you don't have to use JavaScript. Uh, no, fuck you. I want to use JavaScript. It's still, because of the web, one of the best ways to build user interfaces. Right? Like, dude, look at games. Games will build their chat interface in HTML for reasons, right? JavaScript, not JavaScript. My bad. Sorry, Rima. How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, I think it's just a common thing in general for people to hate on certain software for dogmatic reasons, completely ignoring practicality. Gaping holes in its reactivity model. It's just not designed for real applications. Yeah, again, like I think people tend to adopt non-React frameworks for dogmatic reasons as well. You know, they just, and I understand it. I get it. Like we all kind of want to be a bit of a hipster, right? We all want to like it's like conspiracy theorists. They just want to think they know something other people don't. I think that's the main thing that drives a lot of people to like become fanboys or fangirls for a framework rather than just treating it like a tool. I think a big part of Svelte is the fact that it's like because it's compiled, you lose a lot of the right like the traceability of how the reactivity model works and how things are changing and why. So it's great. Like it's really awesome for micro applications. But when you have anything with like really heavy reactivity and like, you know, just a lot of different disparate state that depends on each other, that's where it starts to fall down. I have a similar complaint about Remix, right? Like, I love the idea of Remix, and Remix does fit at least one kind of application really well. One where on any given like page, you basically just have one form you're submitting. In my opinion, that makes a shitload of sense, right? Like Remix is perfect for something where like each page could be mapped directly to one form. The moment you have disparate forms or actions on a page, you know, just imagine, and even like for e-commerce, you have this, like someone wants to wish list a thing versus add it to their cart. Okay. Well, yeah, when you're wish listing something, you're typically not sending the quantity. So you get this whole like polymorphic like form that you're sending over the wire to the endpoint that handles that page. It works for e-commerce. It fully breaks down for things like dashboard applications where you might have like 20 different actions on a page. NWJS predates Electron? No, it doesn't. Now, NWJS was spun up because Electron was stagnating, and then they eventually merged them. Similar to like how there was Node and then like the Node fork, and then they eventually just merged the Node fork back into Node and agreed to like start moving quicker with Node.js. It was basically the exact same thing there, 3D Factor. So it does not predate Electron. Right? Electron spun up in Atom, right? Like the GitHub editor back in the day. That predates almost all of those things. I'm not so sure about that. This might be a case of the clanker hallucinating. Okay, so Atom was released on 2015. Let me double check NWJS because I was under a different impression. They probably don't have... Yeah. Right? So basically, NWJS and IOJS were the same thing. I don't think NWJS was 2011. Like, I really don't think so. Like, as far as I'm seeing, I feel like it's just 10 years ago. It did have commits back then. Okay, never mind. Touche. Okay, never mind. Touche. Right, initial commit, December 7th, 2011. I would be curious about Electron. I just want to double check this. Yeah, okay. So hold on. Was that before Electron was spun out into its own repo, though? Right? Did it live inside of the Atom repo beforehand? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at too. But I think it was still available as like a package within the Atom repo. And I think people were still building off that. Right? Marked as archived. It does say, yeah, okay, 11 years ago. Yep. Let me double check this. I'm just really curious about this now. I'm just going to go back way earlier than we expect. Oh, God. Yeah, this is going to be too much. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, even that 2013 that you saw was probably less accurate. Okay, so none in 2010 at least. But they do go back to 2012. No, Atom is massively deprecated. So yeah, no, I guess you're right. I just seem to remember lumping NWJS and IOJS in the same category of just being forks of the thing that they were related to. But yeah, I guess I'm misremembering that part. Okay, so it does look like they were kind of probably started around the same time, right? We're seeing earliest commits going back pretty far. I wish they gave us a number so we could see how many pages there are. But okay, that gives us a little bit of a heuristic here. Okay, so nothing there. But yeah, NWJS spun up as something that people can use. Oh man. Whoa. Some of these commits are funny. Kill me now. I want to see what that commit is. It's a tab sizing thing. Kill me now. And just having to do like a hack of a timeout. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. Touche. That's actually fun. Yeah, gnarly. Gnarly stuff. Okay, so yeah, good call on the NWJS. My bad. I had lumped that together with the IOJS thing. I was incorrect. I know, right? 3D Factor? Like, dude. Yeah, some of that code sounds like a nightmare. All pre AI. Couldn't just have a clanker clank on it. Clankers be clanking. Yep. Yeah, exactly. 3D Factor. Yep. Yeah, Claude is pretty bad about identifying what's actually security work and not. And do we think it's really truly about safety, or do we think it's instead so that they can milk enterprise clients for Mythos access? As a philosopher once said, if it has nipples, you can milk it. And I believe enterprise has pretty big nipples. You never know. How much soy milk you been drinking? Oh, you don't drink milk of any kind? Okay. All right, let's double check. Let's keep looking over here. How's this thing doing? Running a focused verification. It needs me, though. Are you talking about the one where the UI like zooms out and messes up? Yeah, it looks like that's fixed. And the one about creating new tasks, that is also fixed, I think. Well, I don't know. We haven't created a new task yet. It's probably not a bad idea to try. We'll make a new task. We'll add a repo. It's going to be API. We want a new branch from staging. Okay, yep. So they fixed that one, which is good. Yeah, I mean, I still had to complain about our release process. Like a bug fix for something like that should never be gated behind, like, even if we're going to re-architect the thing, even if the work's going to get thrown away, if it breaks a user's experience for a week, that is a really bad release process. Like, it should not be a big deal. Yeah, you're like, the software is ever growing and ever evolving. You're going to undo changes that you make, or you're going to make changes that invalidate changes you made a week ago. That doesn't mean that it's not worth it to fix a bug for your users, right? Yeah, people will just not use the thing that has the bug that breaks the thing. And then getting them back into the thing is a level of effort that is almost akin to, and maybe even harder than getting them to try it in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know. By letting bugs linger, you introduce churn that could be easily mitigated. And that churn is far more expensive than redundant work, you know? Yes, exactly, Argson. Like, dude, could you imagine if it was a thing where someone reports it and we got it fixed immediately and somehow we could tie that to the user and give them a notification, like via email or in app? Like, hey, thanks for reporting that bug. Here's the fix. We got you. Like, dude, that's huge, right? The amount of like developer goodwill that introduces is amazing. Hold on. Right? So hold on. And what up, mobile pad? Yeah, how you doing? Hey, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. So realize you're still a mod. Yep. Even though you haven't been here in forever. So yeah, no worries. I don't mind. It's because of the cat that you have in your profile image. But damn, it has been years. Like Twitch lost the log. Like they don't even have your previous messages. I don't know why though. It feels like I've seen you more recently. Maybe it was in someone else's channel? I know, right? Yeah, it's crazy. We cancel that. And I bet that Kepler helper. Nope, maybe not. Oof. you go back to the list, right? CPU drops significantly. Yeah, I really don't think the agent graph should be consuming that much CPU GPU. Yeah. The animations and glow, right? But yeah, right. That would be nice. And yeah, there isn't an option to turn that off at the moment, but it would be really nice if there was. How interesting. And it went further than we wanted. We wanted to break it up before it got to these parts because it's definitely consuming more context than it should right now. Would it comply with a reduced motion setting? That would be good. Is that available at the OS level? It's in Mac OS? Yeah, that would be smart. That would be good. And it looks like it's kind of in everything. Right? Windows 10 and 11 look like they have it. Mac OS, Ubuntu. Yeah, I think it's definitely something we should make sure we're doing. Yeah, good call. Good call. Yeah, I know the CSS, it's just a media query, for sure. I just wasn't aware that it was an OS level setting. I thought it was a browser level setting. So I didn't know that. Like, I knew that, like, light and dark mode was an OS level setting. I just didn't realize reduced motion was. So, yeah, that's awesome. Yep, and this is why streaming is useful. Well, hold on. I guess here's my question. They say it's in settings. Let me get more music going first. Hold up. Let's do something a little crunchy. So yeah, it's in accessibility, display. Reduce motion. Okay. Oh. Oh, so it does a fade? Oh. Oh. What's up, good girl? Never mind. So they have it. Does that reduce? So yeah, it reduces the CPU GPU load massively. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, our GPU's at like 12% right now. CPU only around like 6. What the fuck is OpenCode doing though? Dude, yeah. Massive resource hog. But for what? We weren't even running it. Oh no, I have Pi, for sure. But for what? We weren't even running it. Like, I mean, it's running, and it was in a tab, but we weren't doing anything with it. It was just idling. Like, it was just over here idling. What the fuck? We haven't actually run something through Pi. We haven't given it a command or anything for weeks. The reason we had it going was because it does do the orchestration thing kind of nicely. So being able to define like your agents and then, farm out like the work to a DeepSeek Flash agent from like the Kimi K3 on top. That was the main reason we had OpenCode going. I'm pretty sure there's some way to do that with Pi, but we just hadn't looked into it yet because I knew that OpenCode did that in a better way. Yep. But dude, yeah, like not even touching it, 60% usage, like that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I guess, I don't know. But yeah, we use Pi. I do like the motion, personally, so we're gonna leave that. I'll take the hit to the CPU and GPU load right now. We're not doing any benchmarking, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, in general, I tend to pick my harness based upon the models I use. Like, OpenCode uses my OpenCode Go subscription. That's the only thing that uses my OpenCode Go subscription. Just because I find, like, having to switch models in a harness really annoying. I want to be able to just fire up the harness and have, like, the previously used model be the thing that's activated. Yeah, I think they did a good job making this look nice. Yeah, this thing where, like, the scroll isn't keeping us, like, in the right place, like, just the extra padding that's there, that's something that definitely needs to get fixed. I know they've reported it, like someone else has, but man, having to, like, scroll back up for this every time is really annoying. And yeah, let me just chime in. Okay, and Francois, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, the agent graph is in Kepler, and if you want to check it out, I would recommend using that link because I get credit for bringing people to the site for it. So yeah, it's a Get Kraken product. It's our latest thing, and I think it's the coolest thing we've made in a long time. I think GKD and GitLens are great. Right? Get Kraken like .dev, awesome. But yeah, Kepler is a pretty awesome just experiment that turned into a full product. Like it's something that came out of our hackathon. All right. So, and yeah, no worries, Francois. Anytime. Yeah, the more people that download and check it out, the better I look. Thank you. Yeah, and it just uses your existing subscriptions and your existing harnesses. So yeah, open code, Codex, Claude code. If you have the CLI installed, we connect to it. And I feel like maybe we added some more agents to the list. Ooh, I like that they condensed it down a bit more. Sweet. Yep, you can add multiple like accounts, right? So yeah, I think this is a thing that. Ooh, hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna have to restart Kepler there, but yep, that's a bug. It says Claude code login side by side. This should be Codex sessions, but whatever. The idea that yeah, we even support like multi-account setups. Pretty huge. Right? Like Cursor CLI, open code, Augie, and I guess Grok build now. I would love it if we got Pi, but Pi is a lot harder to add because it doesn't ship with the ACP directly. And if you're unaware of ACP, I published a blog post kind of explaining what the ACP actually is. But basically, it's the thing that allows harnesses to communicate with apps that consume them, like Kepler, like Warp, like T3 code, etc. And if you're curious about the difference between ACP and MCP, just imagine that your harnesses sit in the middle, ACP is how Kepler T3 code conductor communicate with the harnesses. MCP is how the harnesses communicate with third-party things like Figma, HubSpot, etc. ETRC. Well, shit. May have to go in and fix that, but that's fine. It's an easy enough fix. But hold on, let me take a screenshot for work of this. All right, just got to share that with work. You know, kind of my job. All right, so yeah, continuing along. Oh, open code. How dare you? So then, yes, back to this part. Let me just double check some of this. Updating the README, sure. The handoff doc got updated too. Oop. All right, so now we want to fire up the terminal on this one. Oh, and hold on. You think OpenCode v2 will be so much better for this ACP workflow and work in general, since they're moving from multi-instance to single open code server with client connections. Is that OpenCode v2 like the desktop or even like the CLI? I would guess the CLI, but does that mean that they're going to have a memory leaking daemon running at all times? Fuck that. Right? It was just now chewing up 60% of a CPU core. I don't want open code running persistently forever. That sounds like a terrible idea. That's it. They're heavily invested in Samsung and Micron. So they're like, you know, their ulterior motive is that they need to get you to think like that you don't have enough RAM, so you got to buy more RAM. Big brain. Big brain. For the sake of the VOD, that was sarcasm, okay? Take it easy. Give me a sec. I do need to use the restroom. We have updated the MCP worker handoff, and we have updated the dashboard application handoff. Take it easy. Mario Brothers vibe? No, it's a reference to like the old Dave Chappelle bit. It's where it's like he's talking about like you know, every group of friends needs to have a white guy in the crew, you know? And then you know, he starts acting out the scene. I don't have it memorized that well, but you know, the white guy goes up to talk to a cop, and the cop's like, "Take it easy, you're on 3rd Street," or whatever, right? Like that's the full line. When it would have been a very different story otherwise, at least according to the bit. Yeah. It's a class, like, dude, it is like a classic comedy routine. And then there's a baby on the corner selling rock or whatever, right? Like, dude, I don't know. It is a very classic routine. And what up, P. Brewski? Well, here's our main today thing. That should sum up like the general gist of it, and then I can give you more details. But I do have to use the restroom. I broke the seal, and there's not enough salt in this tea that I'm drinking, so it's just going right through me. But I'll be right back, and if you have further questions, just let me know. But that should give you at least a bit of context. All right. Gist or gist? Gist with a G is a GitHub thing. Gist with a J is actually the canonical. Right? Gist with a G was so that they could do the trademark. I know, we got more and more features, right? You're a third-year university software dev student trying to get more immersed. Hell yeah. And I think hanging out in streams like this helps, but there's other streams too that are great. I just think in general, just being curious and not necessarily treating streams like this as like entertainment, but more like a coworker that you're working alongside. I would say probably the majority of the people that watch this channel just treat me like like not necessarily like a pair programming buddy, but just co-working, you know? It is sometimes entertainment for sure. I have cut down on the whiskey on stream though, Code Girl. I'm not saying we're never going to do it, but I think we'll save it for very special occasions, not just Fridays, not just every weekday. You know? I've just been cutting down on the whiskey in general just to lose weight. And I'm down 15 pounds. More like 13, but I'm rounding up, obviously. 3D Factor. Yeah. Where's my car? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, I mean, I still got a lot of ways to go weight-wise. I'm at around like 185. But I need to be down around like 155. But I was at 198 at my heaviest. And I'm sure there was a day that probably broke the 200, but like at least when I was measuring it, 198 was the highest I saw. But this was a fun bit. Like I was hanging out with Ken Wheeler and Adam Rakis and a bunch of people at Render ATL, and I don't know why, like me and Ken like walked through the elevator door at the same time, and we were the two biggest ones in the group. And it was like that was just funny in and of itself. But then Ken had this line that was hilarious. You got to be two something to do something, right? Like 200 pounds plus. Like you got to be two something to do something. Like it was kind of fun. It was pretty fun. Ken's really fun to hang out with. Haven't gotten to hang out with him yet. Last time you saw him, you were too drunk. That must have been React Miami, because I don't think he made it to the family to the uh whatever Terminal Feud event. I don't think he was at that one. It was last year's React Miami. Yeah, he wasn't at Terminal Feud. Like I know that for sure. Like he wasn't speaking at JS Nation or React Summit that year. And I feel like that's usually like the only time he drives up to the city besides work. Like he actually hates the city, from what I remember at least. Like he's mentioned it at least. Ooh, Momok over on YouTube. Good call. You gave up on whiskey, but you're about 50 pounds. You're up about 50 pounds per week, British pounds. That was a significant whiskey situation, if that's the case. But I guess technically whiskey in the UK, like, are you talking like Scotch or Irish whiskey, or are you talking like bourbon? Because bourbon would have like a pretty heavy, like import duty on it. So I could see that. Hold on. What was it called? It wasn't Harebrained Schemes. It was... What was the company behind Psychonauts? I'm spacing on their name. Double Fine. They had a thing called like the yeah, Amnesia Fortnite. Right. So yeah, I was proposing like maybe a blog post about kind of like internal hackathons, but yeah, maybe it's too broad for like the thing we were going for. But yeah, all right. I do just really like the idea of like internal hackathons though. Does anyone here work at a company that does internal hackathons? Where it's just like, hey, for a few weeks, we're just going to build something, right? It doesn't have to be related to any of your existing work. It could just be something fun based around some kind of theme. Have at it. Enjoy. Let your creative juices flow. I've been at a couple companies that did some similar stuff. Like when I was at Fresh Consulting, we would do like, retreats or whatever for like the various teams. So engineering would go on a retreat. We'd hang out just at like just like an Airbnb for I think a couple days. And then, hey, we go back and get back to work stuff. Oof, that is brutal, Sir Elfman. I'm curious what kind of company you're at. Because it seems to me like there's a lot of good value that comes out of internal hackathons, right? Like, right? Like hackathon success stories. Yeah, none of those actually seem valuable. All right. Uh, right. Facebook had one, I guess, in 2016. All right. The Voyager transponder. Uh, a group video streaming thing that found its way into Messenger. Yeah. All right. So maybe nothing too crazy there. Yes. Yeah, I think Google would be a big one, right? Like Yeah, Google basically has like the 20% rule. And when I was at Fairwinds, they also had a 20% rule, which was just awesome. Like I love that mentality of and like what kind of things would you build in an internal hackathon? I mean, well, number one, Kepler was built in an internal hackathon, right? The original version. GitKraken Desktop was built in an internal hackathon at Axosoft, which was like a Trello board competitor at the time. So GitKraken itself is like heavily rooted in the internal hackathon idea. So yeah, I wanted to write like maybe an article about the value of internal hackathons, and I would go and like talk deeper about other things that have been built that way. All right, so Facebook hackathons are something of an institution. Culture Amp, I've never heard of, so never mind. Mercer Metal. Hasbro does a bunch. I'm looking for more of like actual products. Yeah, great companies are built in hackathons. But yeah, hold on. You should work on totally new things, right? They're for ambitious, weird ideas, trying new things, learning new technologies, right? Pitching ideas on the roadmap is forbidden. That's like a good hackathon practice, right? You should focus 100% on it. You can't juggle, your own work otherwise, right? DigitalOcean, work embargoes, you know, running hackathons during offsites, which is what Fresh Consulting used to do. Yes, they are specifically during work hours because, the companies are not expecting you to do this in addition to your, like, let me put it this way. There are companies that do hackathons wrong, and there are companies that do hackathons right. To do it right, it has to basically be here's 2 weeks, here's a week, here's a couple days. Let's just build something together, something fun, something that you would enjoy doing. Just wondering, gonna pitch it to your team? Yeah, yeah, but that would be the thing. Like, you can't just let them do it mixed with other work. The Google 20% time thing, that's a little separate. Um, but it still worked. Things were still built with it. Yeah, a week, the max you would probably get. Yeah. Pick a ticket in the backlog and swarm it. Yeah. So Carby, when I was at Fairwinds, they had a really thing. They called it. We did a backlog sprint, right? Or they called it no, not backlog, tech debt sprint. And this was a sprint in which we weren't implementing any new features, anything. It was all for just the tech debt of the project. What could we resolve? Maybe tech debt tickets that exist that never get prioritized during a sprint, or something that you just decide is tech debt that you want to fix. Like, one of the things I did during a tech debt sprint at Fairwinds that I never got to finish, which I'm bummed on, was refactoring from Webpack to Vite. Because it used to be, when we started like our dev server, it would take a good 5 minutes to get everything going for you to actually like be able to start iterating on the process, right? And making a change was 5 to 10 seconds before you saw it actually pop up in your like live reload. So by refactoring a bunch of that, it would have been a major like development like improvement, just developer experience in general. And I wish I had gotten to finish it before the layoffs, but things happen. But that was like a tech debt sprint thing. So I think maybe there's a separation between internal hackathons and maybe like tech debt sprints or hackathons. But let me get more music going. I think all of them have a place, though. You know, like all of them have value. You do a bug and backlog week? Yeah, yeah, I like that. Yeah, so if you're already doing that, it's a lot harder to do just like an internal hackathon thing. But even like Fairwinds did like an internal kind of like hackathon-y thing where it didn't even need to be code. One of the things we did during the hackathon was one of the people wrote and recorded themselves singing a parody of Come On Eileen, which was Kubernetes. Right, it was super good. It was fun. It was really fun. I wish I had the lyrics memorized, but it was really good. Right? One of the other coworkers did like, you know, the melody on a recorder, which they were like learning at the time. My contribution was I took the music video from Come On Eileen and I put the logos over like heads, you know? But yeah, bug backlog stuff for sure. Not features. Yeah, yeah, I figured I knew what you meant. Yep. But yeah, I think the hackathon thing is really powerful. But maybe it's just not an article I should focus on yet. Like maybe it's something we just put on the back burner. We can put the article about hackathons in the backlog. Ooh, there you go, sushi roll. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was basically it at Fairwinds. Tough sell to some companies now. Yeah, to a degree. I think some companies, though, are realizing that their current product isn't nearly as sticky anymore. And they need the hackathon to discover new products to, like, you know, reinvent themselves. That's kind of the GitKraken thing, right? GitKraken was very heavily like a Git developer experience company. Well, yeah, like we're still developer experience, but now it's not just Git, it's like AI and stuff, right? And managing that like pivot is important. And then very similarly, when GitKraken Desktop was first created, it was in an internal hackathon, kind of around how, yeah, our glow boards with Axosoft, sure, they're good, they're cool, but is that a forever business? No. So having these like internal hackathons allow you to like think outside the box and build something that has nothing to do with the original thing, and then all of a sudden maybe becomes like your core new product. Yeah, internal tools, right? Like, dude, talk to some people in sales. What is their biggest bottleneck? Could you build some internal tool that helps them solve that problem? Sure. I think that's totally fine. An article about how not to run a hackathon, right? I mean, they kind of like cover that here. So it's definitely like there's prior art. So I'm not sure how much I would be able to add besides, you know, like our Get Kraken spin on it. Honestly, though, they're really just focusing on their stuff when I think we could do more of like a history article. But yeah, I don't think I'm getting any buy in for that, which is fine. You know, not every, not, they can't all be zingers, right? Primus quote. But yeah, I don't know. It's one I'll keep on the back burner. So yeah, I do think it would be a good conference presentation about like internal hackathons. So I'm going to keep that on the back burner. I'm going to propose that. I like that idea. But okay, so yeah, how's the work going here? Even though we don't have the other parts built. And I don't think there would be any harm to this. I just want to see what the clanker thinks. But yeah, internal tools is a good note. Yeah, I really like that. Yep. Yeah, pragmatic engineer. Like, yeah, so there's a lot of good prior art. I just think it would be a good relevant conference talk still. So yeah, let's start organizing thoughts around that. Let's close some of the tabs that we don't need here right now, though. And oh god. Yeah, we need to double check this memory leak. Ugh. All right, let's see what they think about it. Yeah, so there's no TTL capacity or cleanup for either map. Okay, so running permit holders is derived from an accounting map, not the semaphore. A batch is marked running before its task is pulled. If immediately aborted, its lifecycle guard never exists to remove it. That's probably not the main issue. Is there another one already? I still have the one. You got one a minute ago? And what plan do you have? X high fast? Just plus? That's the $20 tier? Gave another month free? Huh. Yeah, I don't know if I've noticed any of these. Like, where do they even tell you about that? Oh, and this reset, that one's going to last a while. All right. Hell yeah. If I try to cancel. I see. I see. All right, we'll create that proposal. All right. So nice. Auto merge worked. Oh, I was actually dreading having to fix the merge conflict for it. And what up? Yeah, Cotter. Neff. I know, I need to start doing CM Griffin beanies. Or Mr. Sir beanies, technically. I still have the MrSir.clothing domain name. Now, I wanted to do it, like, at the beginning of the year, and I just spaced on it. Because it's basically going to be the business around, like, a stream as well. Like, right now, I'm just doing, like, my stream stuff as just, like, secondary income kind of thing. When instead, I should start treating it like a proper business, right? Maybe even get it like its own Mercury, like checking account and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I have to do it as a business to be able to do like wholesale clothing and avoid like double tax on that. So yeah. Yeah. Like it should go into the business account and the business should be like self-sustaining. Like it shouldn't be treated like your money. It should be treated like the business's money. But theoretically, you should be able to pull out of that reasonably as well, right? But you want to do it to avoid like double tax, you know? Now, it would basically run as a sole proprietorship anyway, because I don't think I could reasonably do that as like an LLC. No, so cheese, like basically any business that you would run solo like that, that represents basically you as a person, any good lawyer could pierce that corporate veil. But at least like if you're making sure that you're keeping like the finances separate and it's something that could reasonably operate as like a proper business, then sure. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the stream company piercing that corporate veil would not be hard until I'm like big time like Primogen, which is an inevitability, right? No. Anything related will be an expense. Yeah. So theoretically, then I could start writing off certain expenses like even the internet bill. Though I would be using it for work and personal stuff. I don't know if I'd want to do that. But camera gear for like specifically for stream, easy to write off for sure. You know, there's all sorts of stuff that could be written off that way. I think traveling to TwitchCon could be considered an expense, as an example, though. Yep. Okay, so I should probably do this part. I feel like we would want these live. I don't know Canal Cheese, but we just pushed up and released like a major update. So you may want to check on that. The major update includes this like agent graph, which is pretty cool. So yeah, do an update and double check. I feel like someone else reported like an auth issue as well. Yeah, I think it's cool. And the fact that like you can even like scroll back and see like, well, maybe not. Yeah, so the scrubber doesn't work while it's live. That could be a bug. Oh, and I just remembered. Someone asked what language I'm using. There's a bunch of them. The back end for this is Elixir. The front end is obviously TypeScript. And yeah, I think we fixed a bunch of bugs, Canal Cheese, so that should be helpful. And it looks like there's an ACP v2 like draft on the way. So hold on. So you mentioned, oh, our syntax highlighting is gross. We definitely need to fix that. But a v2 is in the works with some much needed updates. That means that, right, the way turns interact. In the current v1, a prompt ends the turn with the agent. Instead, right, with the v2, you would be able to Like, you'd be able to do like the aside kind of comments, right? Right? Like Claude Code allows you to jump into the thread and thinking preemptively with messages that can steer its direction, right? Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, here's like my blog post, but here's also just the link to V2. So I'll drop both. But I do remember that like you were keenly interested in replicating some features that Claude Code had, and it turns out that pretty much none of the things that interact with Claude Code via ACP would be able to do some of the stuff you were looking for. But it does seem like if V2 gets implemented, then it should be able to support like what you're looking for. Yeah, so yeah, it's not anything new yet, right? Like it's still very much a draft. I don't think anything is really supporting it yet. Um, right? But once it's ready, ooh, buddy, that'll be awesome, right? Yeah, right, canal cheese? I don't know. Dario isn't talking to us. Dario is talking to investors. Dario is talking to politicians. That's who almost all of his comments are truly directed at. He's not talking to us as software devs. He doesn't even like software devs. All right, so new session, codex. I think we can do that on medium. Now we'll do it on high. All right, we'll keep that one around just because it had some of the stuff that I'm going to need to keep in mind as we start implementing some of these other things. But yeah, what's up, Amillenite? How you doing? All right, so we got a new thread going. Ooh, so this is a trickier one. So I have my browser scroll. Hold on, let's do this. Let's do this. Not browser scroll, but OS scroll. Right? So anyone here that has a trackpad, could you go to Google Maps? And tell me which direction your scroll goes? Right? So for me, just as an example, if I show this thing, when I do oh, hold on. When I do a backward scroll, it zooms in. When I do an upward scroll, it zooms out. Does everyone have that same functionality? And then I guess similarly to consider that, right? Okay, well, I didn't mean to do anything there, right? But then similarly, I do the paper style thing where it's I press, oh, hold on. I do up to scroll down because it's I'm moving the paper that's underneath it. So I want to double check, do you have a scroll down, scroll up like I have it, or do you have the opposite? And 1 second, a Millenite. The tree view thing is Kepler. That is our latest and greatest view called the agent graph. That's the default for laptops? Okay. I feel like I used to have to configure that. Yeah, you had the opposite configuration on Windows. Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Okay, yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking about. I never had a Windows device that had multi-finger support. You doing it's pretty bad. Oof. But then, hold on. So here's my question. Okay, makes sense, Sir Elfman. So how does your zoom work the same way that I'm talking about, right? So I'm panning down to do zoom in. I'm panning up to do zoom out. And pinch does it too, right? So Larobi, that's an OS level thing. The operating system is sending the signal to the browser. Chrome isn't doing that itself. Okay, so on Linux, that's also the default. Web APIs for pinch? Not really. You're thinking of the drag API. But in general, The drag API is a really like inconsistent experience. Let's double check on can I use. It used to be completely unusable. If you wanted to support multiple users, you needed to use like mouse start, mouse end, or like you had to use like the old primitive mouse interactions, right? Like even touch start, touch end was better than using like the drag API. So yeah, IE11 was a major reason to avoid it. It looks like it's better now, at least. Yeah, so it's gotten better. But yeah, like browser gesture support is still pretty archaic and still really annoying to implement. Opposite as soon as you use an external mouse. Yeah, because the scroll wheel on a mouse is like a fundamentally different thing. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let me give that as feedback real quick. Sorry, I got distracted by another comment there. So yeah, I guess here's another thing. What about Figma? Does Figma have the zoom that way? Because I think Figma's probably like a closer thing. Sure. Ah, okay. Okay, so yeah, they don't do the zoom in out like the two finger is a pan. Okay, so yeah, I think that is maybe a good approach for that. Ooh, we got this again. I forgot about that part. So I don't know. Like back in the day, I was trying to like learn and understand Figma a bit more, and we had a bunch of just like hold on. Um, oh my god, I'm spacing on his name now. There was a game dev streamer that was building like a pirate game. So we just had like a bunch of projects that we remade, like made a totally different name, but then wanted to just like explore doing some design work. So yeah, like this was God, and I'm forgetting the streamer's name who was behind this. But they were making a firewall on stream. Anyone remember the person that was making like a hardware firewall on stream? Redheaded dude. Yeah, spacing on his name. But yeah, like we just started like trying to like do some design work just to like figure out Figma a bit more. No, I didn't use Figma for Messijo at all. I'm not a designer. I don't use Figma much for anything. This was like, dude, this is old. This is like 6 years ago. Um, Omnia Reina. Anyone remember when Raimu was working on his game? We made a fake version called Globia Realmia. You know, there was Quirk, right? Like you remember Glasses when he was working on Quirk on the Alt F4 stream? We built our design around idiosyncrasy as the name. Right? There was Piratey. There was, I forget what this one even was. I don't think we did anything with Nano Tournament 2000. But then Primogen was working on his like Apex Legends thing in NeoVim. So we called it Emacs Legends. because it rhymes. But the whole large hands required thing. That is a throwback Primogen reference. We didn't get very far with this one. It was still like, I don't know, it was kind of fun to mess with. Like just building out color palettes, doing some of that junk. It didn't get very far. But no, I don't use Figma for Messijo. I don't use Figma for basically anything. I was trying to just get better at it. Oh, and I thought we cleared that. No, not get LG. Yeah, so the runtime memory and recovery. All right, well, now I got to double check. And I thought we deleted all of that. Oh, I think we were in the Rust folder. That's why it didn't work, right? Yeah, yeah, that's why that RMRF OpenSpec didn't do anything. That makes more sense. All right, so let's double check this. And while that's running, let's double check all this real quick. My God. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Let's move this over so it's easier to read. Yeah, what's everyone up to this week? Anything fun? Shoal, heading to Portland to visit your sister. Nice. Yeah, I really like Portland. Portland's a good town. Like, the homeless situation is a little rough. But they typically just want to they just want to exist. They're not really going to mess with you. Treetas. Yeah. Shoal's over on the YouTube. Yep. Do I use a specific tool for reading all chats in one? Not really. I mean, kind of, yes. I'm using Zen browser, which allows you to do like vertical like columns for tabs, right? So you can have like your chat tabs in like separate columns. So I have that, but I had to create my own browser extension that flips them on their x-axis because my teleprompter is flipped, right? So I have a browser extension that's not published out to any to any marketplace or anything, but it does just apply, on page load, a real simple, like it injects some CSS to flip the body on the x-axis. Right? Just transform x 1, I think. I forget the exact code. Yeah, and it does it automatically. I don't have to like press a button. So it does it for like the most recent fix we did was to fix it for Twitter and to fix it for YouTube because I kept having to like click a button for both of them. And then the recent fix we did also removes a bunch of like the cruft from the UI. So like for the Twitch chat window, as an example, I remove like the chat box itself because I'm not going to type through the thing in my teleprompter. I removed the top bar that has like the leaderboards and stuff because it was like cycling and like shifting things. So like I'd be sitting here and I'd think someone chatted, but it was just like the UI shift from that like cycling in the header there. And then I did similar like fixes for the YouTube chat and trickier to do it for Twitter because their UI is a lot harder to target with like document query selector stuff. Caffeine. Some colleges give 1.5 million tokens daily with all the models for free. Isn't that insane? That sounds pretty crazy. 1.5 million tokens really isn't that much, though. It's pretty easy to chew through 1.5 million tokens. And I would bet there's probably some kind of multiplier there because one Fable token is far more expensive than one like DeepSeek Flash token, as an example. So I like even at GitKraken, we do some kind of like multiplier, like for like which model you choose to do like commit generation with, etc. So yeah, I find that interesting. But yeah, Shoal, Mount Hood's awesome during the summer. Yeah, great food and beer. There is amazing beer in Portland. Yeah. Um, dude, the food trucks. That is the thing that Portland does better than any city I've ever been in. There's entire blocks for like food trucks or food carts, and they are absolutely some of the best food in the city. But Portland also has like some other really cool stuff. So there's a place called Don Pedro's, which is a Mexican food restaurant that's like fast food, but their business model is they just take over locations that didn't work for other restaurants. So they'll take over like an old Wendy's or an old Burger King or something, and then it's boom, hey, we got a Don Pedro's, and it's not the absolute best like street style Mexican food you're gonna get. Like you can get better at the taco trucks and taco stands, like the food stands and all that, but it is miles better than any other like fast food like Mexican chain, like Del Taco or whatever. So yeah, I like Portland does have like a really cool food scene. And I think it's funny that like I'll talk to people who've lived in like San Diego and a bunch of those places, and I'll be talking to them just be like, "Yeah, I've had better Mexican food in Seattle and Portland than I've had in San Diego." Yeah, I mean, there's better food carts. I would say that for sure, Shoal. But at least just to like check it out, I think it's interesting. Now, keep in mind, I haven't been to a Don Pedro's in probably like 10 years, but I assume they're still a thing. Yeah. Okay, so they still exist, right? Just like good traditional Mexican food, but in like a fast food setting, right? Like just at like an old, probably Burger King or something. It's actually funny. Yeah, so they only have a few locations, but it's pretty cool. But again, you can get better elsewhere. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's definitely just interesting for, you know, the novelty of it. All right, so hold up. Let's double check this. They overlap materially, but they should remain separate changes with an explicit dependency. All right, so the ownership split is correct. All right, so yeah, it's going to split those up. Um, damn, so it did a bunch of junk here. And what's up, Caffeine? How you doing? All right, so yeah, while that's thinking, I do have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see what it had to say. Does it agree or disagree? I know, right? You're largely right. Is that a fat joke? All right, so the big thing here is I just want to make sure we're not going to completely break everything, you know? From what it said, I don't think there's any major issues with rolling out what we got. It does think there's still, like, some stuff to fix. Like, I don't think the rollback semantics matter. I don't think the unfinished worker matters. All right, we'll let that clank because it keeps resetting my scroll. Does Claude really watermark text? Maybe. I'm not sure that's something you should worry about. I think Arise has a blog post about that. I at least saw Lori do something about that, right? Maybe not. Maybe it was someone else. So hold on. Lori, not Metcalf. Oh, Lori Voss. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. This is it. So yeah, they had it on their personal blog. Yeah, so it is doing it. It's just more like, I don't know. I'm not sure it matters. Right? So John Gruber got really mad about Claude's new text watermarking, which he called a perversion of writing. Well, yeah, using Claude to write is a perversion of writing. Like, what the fuck, dude? Using Claude to do any writing is a perversion of writing. Duh. Like, fucking duh. What? So hold on. Who is this John Gruber dude? Did his brother get dropped out of Nakatomi Plaza back in the 80s? Is that why he's so mad? See, that I don't know. I think it would be a lot harder to watermark code, but it does seem like there could be some way of doing that. I don't know for sure. The choice of words or other token output at inference time will leave fingerprints that can later maybe be detected probabilistically. So yeah, the invisible characters, no, that isn't it, because that would be easy enough to scrub. A wonderfully cogent read. Yes. Very cromulent. Okay, so here's something, right? Claude, ChatGPT, Grok et al. Are better writers than most humans and produce better prose than the median human. Yeah, the median human's a fucking idiot, though. The median human has a 100 IQ. Half of the world is worse than that. You know? Most people are terrible writers. Yeah, sure. Half of all people are stupider than that. Then I'm sure that's a link to the George Carlin bit. And then there's also smart people who are miserable writers as well. Sure. Yeah, I mean, you could be fingerprinting variable names, comments. Well, I mean, Treataz, think about it this way. And let's check this out. I'm curious. Ooh, yeah. All right, so let's just do the first chunk. Oop, wrong button. Human written. All right. So yeah, cool. Cool. All right. Just want to double check. I just wanted to double check. No, I wasn't wishing it. I just wanted to see. You finished your credits? No, it's fine. They do it to get money out of you. If they did that ahead of time, you wouldn't be as invested in the result and you would be less likely to pay. No, that's actually intelligent. So then, real quick, hold on. Okay, he called it a perversion of writing. I don't know. Right? Side effect would be less variety. I mean, AI writing is pretty easy to check. That's why I would have been surprised, actually, if that other article was like AI written, because it read like to me like a person wrote it, but I had to double check. Yeah, any of those humanized skills suck. They're like they just remove like trying to use a humanized thing. It's like 5 steps behind on the whack-a-mole of things that actually identify AI, right? Right? Removing the word delve and removing M dashes. And that's like a very light, lazy approach, you know? And that is not the thing that actually identifies AI writing nearly as much. Yeah, it makes everybody sound the same. Yep. If you use generated text in your everyday work, you should already have been rewriting everything. Yep. LLMs are not good writers. It's lowest common denominator prose and makes everybody sound the same and describe everything as load bearing. Ooh. Yep. Using it to do research? Fuck yeah. Awesome. Right? Using it to generate, citations? We'll validate them first. Right? And then form your own thoughts and opinions and organize them into realistic writing. Boom. Yeah, go for it. All right, so we should do bound blue sky collector retention first. Oh. And it is 7 o'clock. I want to get some more Kingdom Come Deliverance tonight. Deliverance 2. I got some more writing to do, right? I got to do one about... I was going to do one about perplexity, but that one doesn't necessarily need to be done as soon. I think the Ox Alpha blog post would actually be more relevant and more timely if, like if we get it out tomorrow. So yeah, I got a blog article to write tonight, and I got a pork chop to cook, and I got some games to play. So yeah, I'm going to kick some of this stuff off, but we're going to come back to it tomorrow. Let's see how this went, though. No, I get that, Treetaz. Just no thank you. I enjoy the act of writing. And I think it's far different from, like, coding. I enjoy the act of coding, sure. In general, I enjoy the act of, like, creating something. Like solving a problem. So then AI is just another tool. But yes, similar, like Kenny's heard me say this a bunch of times. If a human's meant to read it, a human should probably write it. One edge case, right? Product requirements documents. I'm not so sure we can think of like the board of directors as human. It is made of humans, but it becomes far less human when assembled. I'm kidding, by the way. Take it easy. Take it easy. Yeah, exactly. But ooh, let's raid C# Fritz. We haven't had a chance to raid him in ages. So yeah, everyone over on the YouTube and the Twitter, thank you all for watching. I'll be back here tomorrow. Calendar-wise, I should be able to start by like 1-ish. Just fine. So yeah, that should be good to go. Hell yeah. So yeah, I feel like we had a good day today. We did some good discovery. We, kicked the can along for our MCP stuff. We got more to evaluate for tomorrow. I am probably going to kick off some more of the, this stuff for tonight at least, and we'll come back and look at it. But, we got this banked reset for Codex, and we might as well use it. Right? And then, yeah, we got way more stuff we need to clank on. So, I will bid the YouTube and the Twitter farewell first. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to try and start up at like 1 p.m. tomorrow, like my time. I think I can totally do it. And, yeah, same Chris time, same Chris channel. So, later YouTube, later Twitter.